All right, and we're live. Okay, so yesterday, or I guess the day before yesterday, I was busy working on. Hold on one sec. Let me get my chat going again. Okay, there we go. I was busy working on making use public game state have some kind of like an equality thing, um, because it would be cleaner, but it's impossible. So I can't do what I want to do because you in TypeScript you currently can't have some type like this where you define just the first argument and then you have the second one inferred based on what you pass into the parameter for it. You can do something called currying or whatever, which I do use in other parts of the code base, but I don't really want to do that. So here's an example of currying. Right? So let's make achievements. I want it to be based off of dynamite, and then I want whatever the input is to be inferred. That can be done this way. So you take the first parameter, or the first argument or whatever, like that's the one that you're specifying, and then you can infer the second one. It's verbose. I don't really like it, and I can't use it if I'm going to also use the same exact function for accessing it this way. It's like more custom way. So, because of that, I think this equality make is probably the best I'm going to be able to get. David, howdy. All right, so I guess let's do this over here. We're going to remove this equality args. That goes back to whatever it used to be. Bam. Just like that. Kind of. Let's just revert this to what it was before. There we go. All right. Spoon, howdy. Glad to have you here too. So, this equality thing, it's pretty simple. Basically what it's gonna do is we're gonna pass... how the hell does this thing work again? Photo, howdy. Thanks for the sub. 15 months is a pretty long time. I appreciate the support. Let's see. I guess I'm a little conflicted on how I want this to work. I guess, okay. I think I know how I want this to work. We're gonna store all of the, like the combinations. Like if I have team grids, teams, turn. You can't even win one game. Evan is good. Staskly, howdy. Let's see, so even if I do this, it returns that function thing. But more specifically, it accepts only certain args. I don't think I can do this either. I think both of them are gonna not do what I want. I have to use currying. Okay. Well, it was worth a shot. I've got that thing again where it does the focus. based on where the mouse is. I know there's a way to disable it. I've done it once before. Oh yeah, that's right. It was a plugin. It's one of these things I have to like uninstall. This one. This is the annoying one. Is it gone or do I have to? Oh, it's not gone yet. Let's just do this for now then. Okay, that should be less annoying. All right. So I have to go through and I have to update all of these ones. Oh, that's right, because I made it so that the equality function was required, and that is what broke all of these. Because I wanted to make it so that all of these were super efficient. I remember now. Like this one here is only based off of teams. That should be happy. Where's my IDE going? Oh, crazy. There we go. So today we're, like, my goal for today is kind of the same as it was last time, and that is to get this pool game fully up and running so that you can at least play a game. And that's kind of the goal for today. Isaac, howdy, glad to have you back. So here's pool. I'm not sure why the performance is so bad on my Firefox right now. My Firefox is just being weird. But the performance for it should be amazing. But anyways, yeah, what the heck is with my FPS? Alright, anyways. How about this game state? What does this one use? Teams. Team ed. Okay, that's pretty simple. And this one uses just a little bit more. Oh, this is a bunch. Board piece. I almost want this to just be like is equal or something. Problem is this does like a deep equality thing, and that's way too expensive. I don't want to do that check for something that's enormous, potentially. There we go. So that should be everything. That's really ugly looking right now, so let's make it a little bit less ugly. All right. Oh, Isaac, you're on both. Glad to have you here. So PDN and Teams. Easy enough. Gotta support me twice. I appreciate it. All right. I really hope that I don't break something here. But I shouldn't break anything. Unless I make a mistake. Actually, this should improve performance in a lot of cases. Squirrel, howdy. Howdy, Hakey. It's going pretty well. Just making some changes here to work on chess. I know that what I'm doing right now doesn't really look like chess, but this was kind of spurred on by chess. Basically, it comes down to game cursors. So, in a lot of games on Funi, you can see both players' cursors or all of the players' cursors, depending how many there are. But the way that's done is it uses phaser and it just kind of uses that to figure out where the positions of the cursors are. And I think also to render the cursors. So the new game pool doesn't use phaser at all. So I can't just use what I had before. And because of that, I kind of have to redo all this. Because I was looking at like the way that I was storing the data and passing it between the client and server, and I noticed that I kind of had like this one weird thing just specifically for game cursors, and there was no need for it. Is my logic? No, I'm no longer using the C920. This is a Brio. The Brio is a lot better in picture quality. So definitely recommend the Brio. CHS White and PGN. So I want to sync the cursor position too? Yeah, but only when it's that player's turn. And we've kind of gotten it pretty far. But that's going to allow you to see where the person is aiming as they're making their shot. And you'll be able to see them pull it back as well, and it'll be nice. I think it's kind of a requirement for a good pool game. Let's see, map. Yeah. That's close, but it's not everything. Need that game objects in there too. And I'd like to be consistent with my ordering. This is one thing that I really care a lot about is just consistency. You know, be consistent with like your naming conventions, be consistent with comments, be consistent with formatting. There we go. So like we got about 4 more to do. Oh, see, it totally messed up that time. Naming is hard? Yeah, naming is one of the hardest things you can do in programming. But you get used to it after a while. Like, it might be tricky when you hop into a new code base though, which with, you know, different naming conventions than you're used to. Let's see, piece blue, piece red. And turns. Literally the same as what I just had before. Board first turn, piece blue, piece red turns. What does A do? It's just one of them is like the left side and one is the right side, so A and B, or left and right. It's a comparison. So for comparators, I just call them A and B because it's short and succinct. The characters are distinct enough that you're not going to get confused. If I called it, for example, B and D, that would be really confusing because they look very similar. Oh, what does the question mark do? Oh, it's optional. So if A is a null or undefined value, it just returns undefined. So here, if if it exists and is an object or something, then it's going to return whatever board is. But if that doesn't, if A doesn't exist, it's null or undefined, this just returns undefined. So it's like undefined is equal to undefined. Or whatever the value is there. All right, and then the last one. There we go. It's a decent number of changes. All right, I got this annoying thing. I wish this worked better with rebase. Howdy, Hoshi. I'm just gonna continue with this merge thing. I think that's okay. Coppinger, howdy. I did a foot bath. Oh yeah, a while back. Long time ago. Paved the way for the hot tub website stream yesterday? Wait, what? Oh man. You shipped the website in the bath. That's amazing. What is this? Charlie as a service. And I'm guessing you don't mean ChatGPT. Oh geez. Am I allowed to open this on Twitch? In the bath? Let's see. You streamed it on Switch? Oh my goodness. Alright. Anyhow. So we got our changes done for all this. A bit of a refactor for the public game state. Should improve performance across the site. Winning with the pool stuff? Yeah. So here's kind of the current progress of pool. Ignore the poor performance of my Firefox. I'm not sure what's going on with Firefox. Here, let me get the real performance of this. Oh, just ignore what you saw there. Let me just close out of some of the stuff. I was wondering where that was because I didn't see it on Firefox. And let's go down here to hardware acceleration, turn that on. Oh, right. I'm gonna go ahead and fix this. Here we go. So here's the actual performance, right? It's like super, well, whoa, the physics is a little jank. Interesting. The physics is actually worse on Chrome. This is not something that I expected at all. A gravity well? It's weird. This happens when Rapier encounters like these meshes. It doesn't like meshes. So what I suspect is happening is that, yeah, actually it's kind of strange. I suspect it's probably these things on the side that it's affecting. So like all of these here. Now the tricky thing is that I like defining them as a mesh because I can really just like narrow in exactly where it's at. And I don't think I can do non-mesh things in Blender. But what I could do is I could look at the GLB, the format that Blender gives me, and I could programmatically figure out what the dimensions are supposed to be from the GLB, and then I can recreate the shape for like the rigid body for like the physics thing. I could recreate it with the exact dimensions of the mesh. But it does mean that I can't have weird looking shapes. It would mean every pocket has to be a circle. You couldn't have like a square pocket, for example. Let's see. Well, now the performance is fine. I'm guessing here it goes a little... Why is the game so janky today? I'm not sure. Let's see. I'm only running at 50% CPU. I was thinking maybe it's because I'm streaming and I have RuneScape open. But I don't think that's why. Wait, what? Oh, I thought the pool ball disappeared. Weird. That is so slow on Chrome. Alright, let's try doing some weird stuff with physics. And let me do something else as well. Let me make sure that I fix the builds. We're going to figure out the performance and fix it. Don't set cursor. No, it wouldn't be that. Let's see. Expected one arg. Oh, use sorted users default. This is where it's broken. How does this one work? This is based off of turn, and I'm guessing it probably does some other weird stuff. Teams, turn, users. Does it actually? Okay, does this pass back memo callback? So whatever memo callback is returning. Great. Okay, sort of user state is the thing that matters, and where's that coming from? I see. Okay. Can't really simplify this one. Let's see. I forget how to do a shallow equals because I basically never have to include that. Pretty sure there's already a function for this though. There's not. It's not ideal. See if there's a better way. There's no built-in way. I see. I guess I could just do this for now. Howdy, Doku. How's it going? What, I can't just, like, work fine now. What? I made no changes to it. Okay, it's still a little bit jank. Alright, yeah, it's still jank. Alright, gotta be a nice way to debug the performance issue of this. Let's see. What about re-renders? You're addicted to Dynamite now? It's a good game. Ball Collider. Oh, here we go. Full table pockets. I wasn't expecting this to happen. I wasn't expecting any of these to re-render. This will definitely hurt the performance. All right, I think we can fix it. I think the problem is we're just doing a massive number of re-renders. You wish perf tools on Android were this fast? Yeah, I enjoy these perf tools a lot. This one in particular is very helpful. Pull queue guide array, pull table. Now, the weird thing is I didn't expect to have like all these other renders occurring. I wonder if it's because I'm accessing it inside of Storybook. Like, I wonder if there's something happening that's causing a re-render of the whole page, specifically in Storybook. All right, let's see. So this is just first. This is all I'm using. Also using reward spots. Great. I'm just gonna ascending it. All right, so now it should build. Just have to review my code, make sure it didn't break anything. There we go. All right. The other reason I'm doing this was because of cursors. I'm not sure how cursors falls into like changing this, but whatever. Better performance. Okay. So now that that's done, this user cursors thing I want to change. So they're no longer going to come in. Oh, yeah, I know why I did it. It's because I'm making the server no longer do user cursors. I'm having the server send it over the actual game state, and that required me to change all the public game states so that there wasn't some giant performance regression. That's why I did it. Which means that the deep equality thing is going to be a performance bottleneck. Oh, that's tough. Hydrate? Okay. Do I change it now? I think I do. That should definitely be like a shallow equality check. Let's see. There it is. Use sorted users default. This should really be like in object utils, not in string utils. That's the best way to do this. So here's what ChatGPT came up with. Let's see if ChatGPT's solution is fine. So if type of left not is object, okay, good. It also does the null check. Because the thing is, type of something is object if the value is null. Type of null is object. Let's see. Well, that's not right. Oh wait, if left is right, meaning if null is null, return true. Otherwise, one of them is null. I guess that would be fine. If the number of keys that they have is different, it's false. This can be a const. When do you complete this project and start a new project? I complete this project and start a new one um, when I feel like my time is better spent working on a new project. So as long as Funi makes me lots and lots of money, um, and the time that I spend on Funi is like rewarded, I'll just keep working on Funi. It's when Funi kind of like doesn't look like it's gonna go anywhere, and the time that I spend is a waste, that's when I would look for a new project. It's kind of nice because if I'm working on Funi, a lot of the problems that I come up with are kind of new problems. Like I'm learning physics, I'm learning Blender, I'm learning a bunch of tools, a bunch of things, Kubernetes, there's so much. Um, so I'm still learning a lot. It's still growing. You hope that I finish this project in the start of 2024? You want me to work on something else, Hoshi? I've been working on this for like 3.5 years. It's been a long time. Has on property or yep, I think that's all fine then. All right, let's see. I'm just gonna make sure I didn't miss anything. Oh, right. All right, equality. Should probably do that. This is more performant being on the left side. Object prototype has some property. Is that necessary? Hmm. Like it's only necessary if write is not an object or if it overrides. Which I guess is something that could happen. I feel like this actually would not usually short circuit. I might need to move the location of that. Let's see. I only have to check if one of them is an array because that means both of them are. And return that's. You tried Funo? How did I render the hand in the Uno game in Funo? Is it completely in Canvas? No, the hand is completely HTML and CSS. You can take a look, open up your inspector. It's actually, I would say it's a pretty impressive, like index or CSS thing. So if I just take a look here, you can see that all of it is just CSS. With lots of keyframe animations and lots of other stuff. This is probably the craziest CSS I've done on Funi. CSS Wizard. Hi, HBP, how's it going? All right. So because we already know that they're arrays, we don't actually have to do any other comparisons here. I think that should be good. Check the length, and then, yep, return false, return true. Goes good, pretty great. Um, over here making some equality stuff. Now I don't need is deep equal, I can just make this as shallow equal. A little bit cheaper. All right, so now the performance there shouldn't change. So let's figure out why the performance is so bad. Let's figure out what the hell is causing all of these re-renders. How's the phony business been going? Pretty good. I'm excited. Like, I thought we were gonna do that SDK integration last week, or I guess this week still. But they haven't gotten back to us yet, so I'm gonna give them a few days. On Monday, I'm gonna message them, to see kind of like where they're at, how much more time they need. Um, but it has given us time to make pool, so I'm still happy with it. Maybe that means we'll be able to finish pool and have it out there before we even have to do the integration, which would be amazing. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a pool game real fast. I'm gonna join the room. And this is mostly just so that I can see what the re-renders are looking like. My hair looks lighter. Oh, because I showered probably. Spoopy. Let's see. Does it actually? Oh yeah, I guess it does. All right. So this is the one that can move. So let's take a look at... Actually, let's look over here. Let me look on the right side. Oh, I don't have React Dev Tools in private. Okay, never mind. We're gonna look on the left. So I move around, and it causes a gazillion bazillion of these. There's no data. What is this? Yeah, see this thing. There's something crazy going on here. And it's coming down here. In physics. You know what this is? This is inside of the canvas. Something is happening inside of the canvas causing a re-render constantly of the physics. And I didn't expect this. Take care, Doku. Thanks for being here. The 15 balls in front. It feels wrong to you. It's totally like that's how pool works, though. That's how pool works, Spoopty. The balls are randomly placed, except for the 8 ball, which is always in the center. You feel like it should be 1. It wouldn't be random then. It can't always be 1. 1 is a solid. You gotta. Oh, the back balls, 1 is solid and the other is striped. So whenever you're looking at your balls, make sure that 1 is solid and 1 is striped. Other than that, I think they're just randomly placed all around. 11 and 12 are next to each other. I think that's okay. 10, 13, 14. I think that's fine. What'd you come back to? Oh, we're just talking balls, Heiki. The usual. You know how these streams go. Who will break first? Well, this person breaks first. Whoever's on the left is breaking. The person on the right can't move. I'll make this more obvious over the next few days. Once we get the game working, we'll add a thing up at the top where you can see whose turn it is and whose balls are whose. I guess I was just a little surprised that I have all of these here. But it's a gotta be. All right. So the problem is that this here is re-rendering constantly. Use game cursor updater. Hey, I think I found the performance problem. I found the problem. What was the problem? The problem is that this hook here, use game cursor updater, is a very expensive hook because it uses pointer, which gets re-rendered all the goddamn time. Every time you move the cursor, it re-renders. So because of this, all of the physics and everything is re-rendering constantly non-stop. Now, that's fun. So that shouldn't happen. For maximum performance, of course. Well, yeah, so, okay. Basically, the ref that it returns, I need to handle, I need to pass it so that it knows which components it's supposed to update on. Why does that hook exist, or why does it work like that? Because that's how hooks work. But it doesn't have to. So we're going to optimize this hook. And by optimizing the hook, we're going to improve performance here, but then we're also going to improve performance for every single game that uses the cursor. And I think I just closed out of it. Let me open this back up over here. You know the best part about this is I can still get experience while coding. That's great. Multitasking. All right. So let's go to Storybook. And I'll specifically want to go to Pool Storybook. It's not going to tell me which one it is. Okay, fine. That's fine. Did your internet stop? I hope not. Spoopty. Let's go open up the break. And what I expect is I expect to see an absolutely enormous number of re-renders when I do this. Lol, lots of updates. You can see it's a lot of re-renders. All of those are forcing or are causing the performance problems that we see. Oh, your internet stopped? Oh man. RS3? No, this is old school. Old school RuneScape. I'm doing the leagues. Oh, it's raining? Oh man. Why does it still happen after a strike though? Well, I can show you that. So whenever I hit this, if I'm moving, it goes slow. So I think if I don't move at all, you won't see any performance hit. But then if I hit this hard and then I move the mouse all over the place, then it starts lagging. So as long as I'm just completely stationary, it's fine. But then as soon as I start moving all over the place, it starts lagging. All right. Hi, Vu. Think we might be nitpicky about this? No, this needs to be fixed. Because this affects every single game that uses cursors. Howdy, Luck. And like, it's a bit harder to see it on Firefox, but when you look on Chrome, the performance is just, the difference is insane. So here's performance normally. On Chrome, it's buttery smooth. And here's what it's like when I hit Chrome, is just like bugs out. It doesn't even, see that? Yeah, I'm actually really surprised that the performance in Firefox is better than Chrome on this. I did not expect that. Which framework is this? You want to make a game with pool ball physics? I can't tell you, Deimos. I can't tell you because then you'll be a competitor to me. If you want to make a different type of game, though, that is not pool, then I recommend using React 3 Fiber with React Repair. But only if it's not a pool game, or is not similar to any of the games that Funi has. If it does, then I do not recommend that. Don't worry, you make 7-ball pool. I am gonna make 7-ball pool, or I don't think there is one, but we're gonna make 8-ball, 9-ball, 10-ball snooker. It's not a pool game? Okay. So yeah, let's fix this performance. So why is it slow? So we go into this hook, we see that we have a couple of value and set values. Problem with this is that anytime that you set one of the setters of a use state, that forces a re-render, right? So if you re-render the hook, it re-renders whatever's using the hook, so those components. So can we do this without value and set value? Well, how is value being used? Broadcast the player's mouse location to others, use throttle function. Okay, so that's not ideal. The problem is we have this use throttle function. It looks innocent enough, but this is our problem. So we need an alternative to some kind of like use throttle function. We need something that gives me a function that will still be throttled, but doesn't require me to do it in this way, because this is actually very painful for performance. How about use pointer? How does the set value thing work? On change, on down. Oh yeah, that's free. So this is just the main problem right here. There's a game called Karam. Yeah, we're gonna support Karam as well, David. Is the plan. We're gonna support Karam, snooker, 8-ball, 9-ball, 10-ball. I think that's all I want to support right now. What about 11-ball? If there is an 11-ball, then we will support it. I want this to be awesome, you know? I want this pool game to be actually amazing. 11-ball is the best. I feel like you're just talking shit now. Is 11-ball actually... They don't exist. A 13-ball Lucky Charm? Okay. Unbelievable. All I need now is Regalia to come into chat and be like, what about D-ball? It's some stupid thing, and I'm like, oh, what's D-ball? And he's like, these nuts or something stupid. All right, let's see. So we want to be able to set the value, and I need to do something. Oh no, not YouTube Molotov. Hmm. So we do have disabled and game session ID. So I think what I want is I want a callback on these two things. All right. So whenever those updates do that. Now we care about the X and the Y position. So this is going to be the function that we're going to pass in. And by using a callback in this way, we won't do any extra renders. The only problem is we're no longer throttling it. So I'm guessing that throttle exists in modern dash because it's a thing that you can do in low dash. X Google, yeah. What's modern dash? It is a much smaller um, Lodash thing. I like it. The author is very attentive, which is always a good thing. And it's pretty nice. It has a lot less cruft on it, so it kind of assumes that your browsers are more up to date. Like over here, for example, it goes over all the different. It doesn't go over shallow equals. No, yeah, I didn't think so. The secrets to crack Fang interviews. Well, it helps if you know how to code a little bit, but you don't really need to know how to code that much for the interview. If you're getting like an entry level position, you just need to be able to do a little bit of data structures and algorithms. Prime has a great course on front end masters for this. Um, so make sure that you understand its course and make sure that you understand cracking the coding interview. If you understand that, you should be fine. The other secret, and this is a big one, is that you need to talk out loud what your thought process is. So you'll notice that I do this all throughout my stream whenever I'm writing code. I'm trying to say out loud what my thought process is. Do that in the interview because it will help your interviewer help you. They are there to help you, right? They want you to get the right answers. So help them with it. Let them know what you're thinking. A little bit of DSA? Yeah, a little bit. You don't need to know everything. A lot of times you're not even going to be asked about like red black trees. Maybe you might, but probably not. Um, you like you're not going to be asked about a cuckoo filter, but maybe if you know a bloom filter, that might be good enough, right? Um, so I would say a little bit. Like you're probably not even going to be asked about a multi-map. They probably don't expect you to know those. It's just a map of a shit. It's just like a map of a map. Or I think um, I've used them like a few times. They're so rarely used. Multi-sets I like a lot though. Multi-sets are extremely useful. I actually have one in Funi. Because I like to be able to subscribe to things and deduplicate stuff. So multi-sets are great for that. Did I take any interviews at Google? You mean like once I was hired, did I have to interview people? Yeah, I had to do just some like phone screen stuff. How do you land the interview? The way I got my interview for Google is I had already had like, I forget how many years experience. It was a lot. I had a lot of experience before I joined Google. Um, but there was this kind of like thing I was kind of doing in HackerRank for fun. I guess that says a lot about me. And then I did a search for like AngularJS directive in Google. I did like this like foobar challenge thing where the levels get progressively harder. I thought it was fun. And then it was like the source is with you. Would you like to, submit your resume? And I was like, oh, I don't really have a resume, that's up to date. Let me go make one real fast. And then I submitted it and I got in after two phone screens and like I think it was like 5 on-site interviews. All right. So, anyways, I've got this callback thing, and I was gonna go here for throttle. All right, let's see. So here is something that will get called all the gosh darn time. So I guess one way to do it is I just wrap it in throttle. Like that. Because what that will do is it will return a function, and then that gets memoed with use callback so that the account set cursor only becomes a new function when game session ID or disabled changes. Yeah, people who build stuff are at a disadvantage in the LeetCode question stuff, which is unfortunate because you want to hire the people who are amazing, not the people who grind LeetCode all day. But it does work a lot of the times because like it removes like a lot of people who aren't willing to go through like the secret handshake. All right, so now we just do account set cursor, and that is the new thing. The only problem is, let's see, X and Y, this is coming in as a use move position. Leave is just position X and Y, just like that. All right. So we still need the set element for the ref thing. But now broadcasting is done in the callback. Am I a gamer? No, I don't play video games. Me, a gamer? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see. Oh, what's this? Oh, yeah, okay, maybe, well, some of those things on there may be a little sus. Um, no, I don't play games. I just collect them. How many games are there that I have? I don't even. Oh, that's just multiplayer. Okay, how about the non-multiplayer? I'm categorized 800. Yeah, there's a couple. All right. Hi, Ion. How's it going? Just the overview of all games on Steam? No, those are just the ones I have, Malin. I actually have more because I used to do Humble Bundle, but I haven't claimed them on Steam because there's just so gosh darn many. Who's in my BG3 party? I've got uh, the girl with like the fire in her heart. I forget her name. I've got uh, the hot vampire guy, and then I've got like me. I throw sausages at people to do massive damage. Karlek, yeah, that's who she is. So I throw sausages at people, and then I'm playing with like a friend or whatever who he's like a necromancer. So he's playing as like we're doing like an evil playthrough, which is like interesting. Massive sausage damage. Yeah, it's great. I do so much damage with sausages. I get to attack like 3 times. It's amazing. Yeah, of course I dual wield them, but I don't like attack with them. I throw them. I just throw sausages, and then I run up and I have to like collect all my sausages. I'm gonna like soul bind my sausages later. It's amazing. You know a nice place in Draenor? What, you mean like Draenor Manor and RuneScape? You mean like the door with the skeleton in it? Come on, that's low level stuff. Play it again later? Yeah, I plan on playing it a second time, Heiki. Alright, let's see what the performance is like now. It's amazing. There's no more re-renders. Oh look, performance fixed. No more performance issues at all. And the account set cursor is still getting called. So up here it should be near 0, 0, and over here it should be near 1, 1. What about BDO? Yeah, I've played BDO. It's fun. Didn't play much of BDO. The thing I really like about BDO is just the trading. So I liked building up like the node empire. Um, developing 8 ball. Yeah, I'm developing 8 ball, 9 ball, 10 ball, snooker, carom, all the balls. We like balls. All the ball games. All right. Hi, Beef. I think that one day I'll build tools for hacking other popular games. David, that's what I started with. Okay, and I can tell you from experience that you probably shouldn't go down that route because it can end in a lawsuit and it can be very, very, well, I mean, it can be not bad, but don't do it, okay? That's all I gotta say. You will learn a lot though. But definitely do not hand out anything that you do make. Do not give it away. It is far more valuable. Do not give it away. But also don't do it. And if you do, don't tell anyone. But don't do it. Use game cursor updater. Let's see. Just delete this. Oh yeah, this can be simplified now. Yeah, this is so much better. Hey, come on, Beef. Let's not get this taken out of context. I have not been sued many times. I've only been sued once. So far. but it does happen. So, that's always fun. Sued for what? I've mentioned it before. Like, I'll talk about it again sometime eventually. Okay. If I'm married or was in a relationship, do I think having a deaf partner is good or bad? I don't know. I think it's fine. Um, like, what I look for is just somebody who's like kind and who shares similar interests, but you know, they don't. I don't want a carbon copy, right? But you need to have similar interests, I think. I look for somebody who could be my best friend, right? Um, I think that's kind of just important. All right. As the chat starts taking notes, oh man. Graham with the emoji for taking notes. Okay, all right. Settle down, y'all. Oh my goodness. Yeah, performance is fixed. This is great. Okay, so now that performance is fixed, um, let's take a look at the backend and make sure that user cursors is no longer being used and that we're using the new one now. All right, so we want to set definitely not that. Let's remove the regex. I think that's just game state public cursors, right? Something like that. Well, implement this. It looks like it's probably implemented now. Oh, I meant to only change one of these lines. Hydrate? Okay, Grayson. Posture check and push-ups. And okay. All right. What are my thoughts on graduate school? Depends. If you want to be like a teacher or something, maybe. If you want to just go to graduate school for learning how to code, I think spending time learning how to code, like just writing code and making stuff, is probably better. But you'll make more money, I think, at a 9 to 5 if you have a degree or a PhD or whatever. Like, keep in mind, I didn't, I never graduated. I dropped out my senior year. The one thing that it hurts me on, though, is if I want to immigrate to another country. Because a lot of countries, in order to immigrate, you get bonus points if you have like a college degree. So it does make that harder. Alrighty, now, now that I'm done with this, let's go ahead and take a look. I'm gonna do this other thing too. Oh wait, no, there's still another, yeah, after December 1st. Now most games place cheaters in servers specifically for them. See, that's awesome, David. That's such a great idea. I should start doing that. Just shadow ban the cheaters. They go in like a separate bucket. All right. So now that that's done, I need to restart the game server. Roblox released a fake hacking tool. That's crazy. Yeah, always be careful. Like, that's a thing with hacking tools is that a lot of the time you build your own because you can't trust that the sketchy hacking tools aren't gonna do sketchy things because they're sketchy. Um, which, you know, you learn a lot building your own. All right, let's see. So I want to take a look at pool. I was looking at the cursor thing, which would be the pool queue. I think that's probably where I stuck this. Yeah, here we go. Pool queue other. Public game state. Okay. Nice backend. Thank you, Molotov. Yeah, you can really. Well, this is more the front end. The back end is like over here. Like this is more the back end. But I appreciate it, you know? It's a lot of hard work using Kubernetes and other things. It's a very big back end. Um, but you know, our costs aren't too bad. All right. Where's my thing? There it is. So now if I go and make a new game, I should see updates. Oh, right, yeah, Spoopy, which app? We got these ones. Chef's hat. All right. The Odin project. Let's see. Yeah, I've heard of this a few times. I've heard good things. But again, it kind of comes back to like the way I learn and the way that I recommend people learn is you start with a problem that you want to solve. You know, it can be a big problem, it can be a small problem, doesn't matter what. You break that problem down into steps. You work on each step. As you get stuck on that step, you look for guides, or it could even be sections of courses, but probably guides, um, or tutorials, or documentation, or other people's code, or GPT to help you out when you get stuck on those small problems. And eventually you build something that's really cool and you just keep iterating and working on it and adding more to it. Like there's kind of this thing when it comes to code where as you continue working on code, it becomes kind of everything, right? Like it becomes a chat app, it becomes like a social media platform, it becomes a game site, it becomes um, some like database stuff and a whole bunch of other things. They just kind of like you get all of it. So it doesn't really matter too much. Just start with some problem and solve it. And thank you so much for the raid, Alta 4. It's huge. Appreciate it. It was great meeting you at TwitchCon. And Nate as well. It was great meeting you too. And welcome back. We're working on pool. Earlier today I optimized like why pool was going slow. It turned out I was re-rendering a whole bunch. Raid Shadow Legends? No, that's a different kind of raid. Um, so it's nice, buttery smooth again. You enjoyed gambling and the other shenanigans. I enjoyed the other shenanigans. It was fun watching people gamble. It was fun watching like trash win some like big jackpot or something. Re-renders with React. I know. It's like I'm shocked. Pikachu face, right? Um, no. So what I was doing is instead of as like adaptive canvas or something. Yeah, this one here. Use game cursor updater. Who? I was crushing it at this last. I think I spent like $20 total, or maybe I spent like I don't know. It was like either 20 or 100. I think it might have been 100 actually total. You never want to see trash on another penny again. Oh man, they were just blowing through money, saving up luck for next trip. I don't know about that. The way that I gamble is I gamble with stocks. So um I'll sell calls and I'll sell puts, um, trying to make money off of theta decay, um, in order to enter and exit positions. And that's my gambling. Code Phobia had a wild streak too. Yeah, Code Phobia had a wild streak for sure. All right. So here's how I got around the problem is I just did this like use callback or whatever with like a throttle, um, just in order to prevent setting any state, because if you set state from a use state, then it causes a re-render. He was trying to bombard Jews with drinks. Who, Code Phobia? No, Code Phobia was trying to bombard everybody with drinks. Oh, because she won him all the money? Oh, man. I can only imagine. All right. So anyways, we got that part done. Next step, right, is to make a room and just see if we are receiving the state updates that we expect. Did we meet bad cop? Yep. Like a lot of people were there. It was very eventful. It was very exciting. I was very surprised. I didn't expect my TwitchCon to be quite that awesome, but it was very awesome. Okay. So on this one here, I should have a lot of pool queue others when I move. So that's this window. So when I make a move over here, I should receive an update on the left about the pool queue. And I do. So I see that the turn ID is JJGN. That's exactly what I expect. I also expect to have cursor data. Yeah, it works. The Bellagio buffet, yeah, that was great. They were very accommodating. Is TwitchCon free entry? No. But if you're a partner, then you get free food and the partner lounge. So you get free donuts and free coffee and free apples. All right, it's working great. And the queue information is exactly where I need it to be. Okay, so the next step is we need to show that this is updating. You can also say, yeah, you can, and you can charge your phone. And you can meet famous people. But I was too chicken to like get up and talk. But Algo got to talk to Dan Clancy. Like Amaranth? I didn't see Amaranth. Being able to sit not on the floor? Yeah. They have seats, but you can also sit on the floor if you like. Did I see the man himself, Chris Angel? I didn't see Chris Angel. There were a lot of shows I wanted to see. I got to see Penn and Teller, which was really cool. I don't know how they did half the stuff they did. Hell, I don't know how they did anything except the things they explained. It was ridiculous. What about Asmongold? No, Asmongold is in like Austin or something. You think he ever leaves his house, Grayson? He doesn't even leave his house to touch grass. You saw S-Fan and Miz like 6 times? That's amazing, Nate. That's actually amazing. All right. Let's see. So cursor, all that is good. Okay, so this is working. Let's go ahead and get a deploy going. So let's see. How do I want to do this without breaking any of the clients? Because the clients are going to look in the wrong direction. So I think I get all of the servers to send both. And then if they're sending both, I can come in, I have the clients, I update the clients to only use the new one, and then I stop sending both. Watch Asmon's house tour if I haven't already. I saw that. I was disgusted. That was... He lives in like a hoarding like place. He's got a hoarding problem there. You gotta take care of that. But I hope that his friends can fix that. You don't understand how he lives like that? Well, I mean, you know, he went through a lot, right? Like his mom was like the most important person in his life, and then he lost her. So, you know, that's really hard on people. Do you need WebSockets to build 8-ball? You don't need WebSockets. You could do server sent events for 8-ball pool. That would still be fine. And you could then send like the client updates over just like Rust. But I think WebSockets is the best way to do it. Okay. Any other changes in here that we're gonna have to take into account? Let's see. You still want to try SSE? SSE is really good when you want to display like a dashboard or something. Um, that could be a really good place for it so that you can get your live updates. So think like Google Analytics or something. That would be like a nice place to use server sent events because you don't need a lot of data very quickly from the clients. It's still a traditional like, you know, uh, just like a traditional web app. It's not like some real-time game or something. But if you want those real-time updates, for example, how many users are currently on the page, server sent events would be a good choice for that. Um, or just polling. Personally, I would just pull that. Is server sent events slower? No, server sent events is going to be faster than polling. Um, like long polling is like the slowest. Server sent events is going to be faster, but it's only going to be fast from server to client. Going from client to server is still going to be expensive because there's still like this bottleneck. You still have to send like requests normally, right? And then WebSockets is going to be faster because it's not going to have that bottleneck of sending like 10, 20 packets a second. You can send way more. You want to know why you wouldn't use SSE for something like a sports or news ticker? You would. Actually, that's a really good use case, Ion. A sports ticker or something, or stocks. Like if you want to see stock prices in real time because they're just moving constantly and trades are coming in and just all the time, server sent events would be a fantastic choice there. You wouldn't use polling for that. Polling wouldn't be fast enough. But Google Analytics, you'd probably still use polling just because you probably don't need like to the second granularity. It's probably fine to just do like every 5-10 seconds. Wouldn't WebSockets be best for stocks? Um, a lot of the time you wouldn't need it unless you were doing something with like an API. Because you're not going to be entering positions constantly. It's more like you're subscribing to data and listening for it. So server sent events would work fine. Nice turban. This is not a turban. This is a chef hat. Uh, yeah. Okay. Hi, Regalia. I'm on my toes today. You're not gonna get me this time. So, um, insert update logic to make you a sandwich. Make yourself a sandwich, Molotov. I can make you a code sandwich though. All right. Am I a good cook? I can cook code. So it depends. All right. other angle updater. So now all we have to do is finish this angle updater, and then we're done. So let's see, pool queue self updater. So this is kind of what I need. I just need to copy paste pasta all this stuff here. Public game state. We have the cursor thing. And we have the cursor. Alright, that's what I need. So then I need the queue position. Oh, this doesn't help me for everything though. Molotov, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Cooked code sounds delicious. Yeah? Take a look at funi.com. Lots of delicious code there. Can you post a link? As long as it's not related to these nuts or something along those lines, sure. Just gonna open this up over here. Oh yeah. Wait, what? OpenAI board in discussions with Sam Altman to return as they just fired him. Interesting. The one thing that I hope happens out of this is I hope that OpenAI becomes more um like open and kind of returns more to their roots of like what they were originally supposed to be. Would want significant governance changes if he came back. See, that sounds bad. The board thought he wasn't transparent enough. Yeah, I could see that. That's kind of what my takeaway on it was too, because it seemed like Sam Altman was doing a lot of things really well for like a money perspective. Um, but for transparency, I don't think he was being like super, like it's supposed to be open AI, right? And it's like super locked down. Oh wow. Hours after. Jesus. So he brought like a okay. Yeah, let's we'll see what happens, I guess. You'll apply for CEO? Jeez, Zooks. Alrighty. Yeah, can I just be CEO for like a month and then I'll retire? You can apply for Funi CEO? No, no, we got no. Alright, let's see. So I care about cursor, but then I also let's see if it's pool queue other angle updater. I guess we don't even need to compare it to ourselves because we'll only include this if it's not ourselves. Felix, howdy. Something along these lines. All right, so this is almost good enough, but I need a little bit more information. I need to know if the cursor is being clicked down. What other games do I have on the roadmap? I want to do a puzzle game. I want to do a racing game. I want to do an XR, like a VR game with blocks that come flying at you and you have to like cut them. Um, that would be fun. But so it would be inspired by Beat Saber, but it wouldn't be like identical. I would want to do something where you can kind of choose your difficulty and then you can just have like a huge catalog of songs. Um, and then it just kind of like creates whatever, the thing is just like programmatically or something, so you don't have to think about that. And you can also add in like fitness. So maybe there's more dodging, there's more things focused around fitness, so that you get a full body workout. That's what I want. Howdy, Quint. A wheat saber. Something like that, yeah. All right. What is this E? E dot X, E dot Y. It's supposed to be in pixels, but I don't have pixels. Let's see, camera translation. Multiplied by size width over 2, viewport left. Okay, so that's the X and the Y position. Okay, I see. So it'll be whatever cursor is, cursor X, multiplied by that, and then you have to do this part here. The CTO is not welcoming. What do you mean, Regalia? A new hat? Yeah. This one is the chef hat. I'm sorry, y'all. I try. I really do. The Pikachu hat? Yeah, I like that hat. Okay, so then we refresh. And let's try it out. So one of these will move. Hey! It's doing stuff. Check it out. Alright, it's getting there. Virtual Serena, howdy. Alright. This is live. Now, it's not ideal. So, okay. Because although it works, well, first off, it works, but it's a little off. You see that? Like, I'm pointing here. Why is it slightly off? How is it that possible? So there's a number of things that we have to do. One, um, it looks slow. It looks like on the right that it's lagging because there's no smoothing of um, where it's pointing, right? So we have to smooth it. The other thing is it's off. I don't know why. Maybe it's the window size. No, the window size is exactly identical. You don't see it being off? It is. The angle is slightly off. See, if you look on the left, it might be hard to see because of what I'm sharing. Here. See this? I'm pointing straight up. So there's some kind of an offset going on here. I'm not sure where that offset is being introduced. But the offset is constant. It's always the same offset. No, it's not based on tracking of the mouse. It could be based on the cue ball position maybe is slightly off, or I don't think it is. Oh, maybe I moved the cue ball on one of them. Let's just refresh. The weirdest thing is that when I left click, it adjusts. Oh, I think it just doesn't send like the very, very last one because it's throttled, it's not debounced. Yeah. So maybe I don't want to throttle, I want to debounce instead. That way, it makes sure that it sends the right last update. It looks like events are getting dropped. Yeah, they are. So let's fix that. That's a relatively simple fix. So instead of throttle, I want debounce. I think everything else can stay the same. What debounce will do is that if it's called, it will kind of like use set timeout to just wait a certain amount of time in between the two. Oh wait, no, I don't want debounce. Because debounce is gonna not send. Okay, I want throttle, but I think it's to not lose the last one. Let's see what my choices are. So the problem is that neither of these sufficiently do what I want. Throttle is going to just drop the thing if the time is like if it's too soon. Debounce is going to set a timeout to trigger after like X milliseconds, and then if you call it again before the timer is up, it clears that timeout and sets a new timeout. So you would use a debounce, for example, if you're doing like an autocomplete on a search box, because as you're typing, you don't want it to do that, show the autocomplete. Only when you're done typing, should it, actually do the autocomplete. But what I want is a combination of the two. I want a throttled. debounce. I guess I'll just call it throttle debounce. Do we have a redeem to rename functions? No. For good reason. You're gonna give me like silly function and variable names potentially. I don't want that. I take pride in my code. Well, that might work, but that's not quite what I wanted. Okay. Well, no, I can't just use debounce. I can't just call both, because if I call both and the last call doesn't get throttled, yeah, it doesn't work. Now you get code autocomplete? Yeah. Well, let's see. Actually, before I do that, let's see. Dependency function that calls. We'll just do callback. And what do you mean, Grayson? What is a CAK house? How many push-ups do I do when you redeem? I go until failure. So currently it's about like 9 or so, or 8. But if I've already done push-ups for the day, then that's gonna be lower. Posture check? Okay, okay. When the call gets throttled, then the call, and instead of the call, this has elapsed. There we go. Now let's see. I got access recently to this new plugin. As in, I checked my mail and it just very, very recently came in. Where is the auto completes? What is this? AI code assistant beta? How do I turn this on? I was wear the hat for the rest of the stream. Not always. But yeah, I definitely wear it for more than 20 minutes. Alright. This is JetBrains. Let's do a search for that. Welcome to JetBrains AI. Only in EAP. Ah, I see. We don't speak about it once it's on? Okay, fine. So I still need early access preview then. Let's see how ChatGPT does. Let's see, does it work? So you have a timeout? Sure. If the timeout is null, I call it. We set a timeout. Oh, yeah. If last args. No, this isn't. No, this does not do what I want. Because it doesn't clear it. It's not. Doesn't quite do what I want. Well, actually, it might. Let's see, last args. Because then it's going to come through here. It gets called to the last args. No, because it doesn't. Oh, wait. It's not supposed to clear the timeout, though. Because it's throttled and it's debounced. That might work. I don't really want to use a generic function from there, though. I want this to be like not require anything. Okay. Have I trained my own LLM on GPT-4? No, not yet. I would have to have like a project or something where I need to do that. Let's see, I need the arguments of... I don't remember what it's called. I know that churn type exists. I know that this isn't what I need. But I'm guessing it's probably going to be done similar, like, yeah, there it is, parameters. Parameters of tfunc. Let's see, t extends and for p, which it always will, then it returns p, so that should be my list of arguments. Oh. This also needs to be parameters of type tfunc. If last args. Wait, why would that be upset now? Let's see, the callback is still tfunc. Can ChatGPT play OSRS or Funi? I think it would struggle. It'd be interesting to see like how it can do. You'd have to give it like an interface, and it would be extremely slow and like prohibitively expensive. So why does one of them work but the other doesn't? The other weird thing is that set timeout should be fine. Oh, it just, the timeout gets all weird. Doesn't understand that it's Windows set timeout. As any works here, but why would it be needed? It seems like it's safe to call it. Do I go to events like Comic-Con? No, not usually. Conventions are a breeding ground for getting sick. And that's a lot of people. The any solution? Hey, it works. I don't know why. Why the hell does that work? If last args, meaning that, yes, it must be parameters of tfunc. What the hell? Okay. I guess it works now. I went to TwitchCon? I did. Because I figured the value of going to TwitchCon outweighed the high likelihood of getting sick. Just like I was like, you know, the value of going to the Dota International outweighed the value of getting sick. You want to go to some kind of convention involving Saw? Well, if you can go, then great, you know? Everybody needs some kind of convention or something that they want to go do. See, I didn't fall for it this time, Regalia. I didn't fall for it. I read it out in my mind because I looked at your username. I was like, okay, you're gonna do some trippy thing or something. I didn't fall for it this time. Immune system upgrades? Yeah, like eventually. It'll be great when um when that's no longer like an issue or something. So now let's just call it throttle debounce. And I think it will just work. Then we just have to move it out into like its own spot. And you got me like 5 times. Was it only 5 times? It felt like it was more. You got me a lot. Okay. So now it should at least get to where it needs to be. So whenever I click on it, you're no longer gonna see it mess up because like it's updating. Yeah, great. Throttle E-bounce works perfectly. Have I played the Trailblazer League? Yeah, you could say I've played the Trailblazer League, Quint. I'm currently at 8790 total points. Here's what my relics choice is so far. And I actually like Farmer's Fortune's amazing. It's basically like 50 mil XP for farming and Herblore just done. Treasure Seeker is great, tons of points locked behind there. Banker's Note has been just ridiculously amazing. The only thing Fire Sale gives you is like the 100 million gold so that you can build something and get like some points. But Banker's Note, I think, is by far the way to go. When am I going to stream this game? I don't know, Grayson. I don't know. Maybe next leagues or something. I might stream that. This is my area choice that I went with. It was a really tough choice between Fremennik and Corrin. Corrin gives a lot for mage, but I didn't want to do Cox, and I didn't want to do Wintertot again. And I just got my Dragon Warhammer on my main. I did not want to do the grind for Dragon Warhammer again. And not the Wilderness? No, I didn't do that. The other interesting spots were like Asgarnia. It would have been really cool to do God Wars Dungeon with all the ridiculous buffs. Chiranwan, I don't want to go into like I play as like an iron like already. I don't want to go back into Corrupted Gauntlet. So Chiranwan was a hard pass for me. Plus not a lot of points. I think I can get all the points from Fremennik. Just about. Funi has better graphics. I'm playing with like the HD thing. If I play normally, this is what the game looks like normally. But like the graphics in RuneScape are consistent. And there's just a ridiculous amount of content to do in the game. I look to it for inspiration. It's awesome. So it made me think I was on RSD. Yeah, nah. RuneScape 3 is a different game. The reason I play old school RuneScape is because it has semi AFK. You don't have time to play it anymore? Yeah, I mean, like, look how I'm playing it, right? I'm just doing my work and I'm doing something that's pretty darn AFK. I just click every like 4 minutes. All right. looks like my new throttle works. Let's go ahead and move this out into somewhere that's not going to be in use game cursor updater because it kind of doesn't belong there. I guess, you know what, for now I can. Well, but the likelihood that I'll need this elsewhere is very high. It'll take over your focus eventually. Yeah, for me, the thing that's helping with that is I'm streaming. So it doesn't really take over my focus because it can't. If I'm streaming, it has to be about the code. You'd have to start over with everything? That sucks, Jaco. One thing that I do that helps me prevent that is I use a different password on everything. No two sites use the same password because every site you use your password on, you're weakening the security of your password. There's a some percent chance that some site will get hacked, and at that point, they'll have like whatever username and password combination you had. Um, so I just make sure that every single password is unique. So now the question is, why are the calculations off? All right. So why are they off? I wonder what happens if I change it so that the other angle updater is always used. If that would help me at all. What determines the position of the cube for the spectator? So basically what happens is that the current player sends their current X and Y mouse position to the server. The server then broadcasts the current player's mouse X and Y, which is normalized 0 to 1, to the game specifically, to all of the other players, who then use that position to figure out where the like where the cue stick needs to be. Hmm. Actually, you know what would be really helpful? Is just coming down to this throttle debounce. And right where it's about a call, let's just console log. And we'll just include all of the arcs right there. Okay, so we have the X and Y from that, and now let's go down to the self updater. And right here for where it does the E, let's just log what we have. So if these are off, that will tell me where the problem is. And we can just use Storybook for this. I don't have to actually make a game. All right. So one of them is converted to screen record. Okay, let's make sure that these are the same. E.x minus y minus x. Okay, so I need this to just be divided by, or divided by the width, and this divided by the height. I think I have an idea of what might be happening. It might be based on the dimensions of the canvas. Yeah, so we can see the width and the height. Something is going wrong with that. So let's take a look at the internals of use pointer. Maybe something in here is messing things up. I bet it has to do with the width and the height. So let's figure out what size width and height we have on the left, and let's figure out what size width and height we have on the right. And let's just make sure that they're equal. Be right back, one sec. And I'm back. So let's see. Where is it going wrong? If we have a width and a height, magnitude clamp, magnitude clamp. A max of one. Oh yeah, that's fine. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yeah, no, that's still fine. That just means that, like, if I'm looking at position, like, 10, 1, um, the equivalent position would be, like, a 1, 0.1. So, okay, magnitude clamp is totally fine. So I have px, I have py, and I have breadth, width and height. Take care, Grayson. All right. One thing that's really surprising to me is that QE was moving before I clicked on the DOM. Throttle X, Y. Okay, so the positions there are the same. The width and the height are the same. Take care, Ion. So if those are the same, how will I stay hydrated now? Oh, don't worry about it, Heiki. I'll be fine. Believe it or not, but I am an adult. Um, I can handle how much water I drink. You know, this is something that I can in fact manage. So if the width and the height are the same, something in here is off. Okay, what about the very top? So if I go to the very top, are they both exactly where they need to be? Like if I go right here. Oh, 0.05 on the Q, and over here is 1. I think I found a bug. And it was not in the use pointer, it was in the Q position. Like right here, it should be 0, 0, but it's 0.05, 0.05. The Q goes all the way over here. I see what the problem is. I know why it's offset now. Have you ever had beer or another beverage in that huge class? I've had tea in it. So the problem is that on the client, like the self, it's using the entire window to figure out like the position. But on use pointer, it's just based off of um the actual canvas position. Is this the angle bug you saw before? Yeah. Okay. So then I should notice that the hue is slightly not pointing where it's supposed to be, but it looks like it is pointing where it's supposed to be. Oh, that angle bug beef. It could be. But I think the angle bug that you saw is just because the cue stick is weird. Um, the line, this guide array, is like the actual position. But I think it might be related. See, like right there, it looks slightly off. Let's do this. All right. Do you have to pay for IntelliJ to use TypeScript and stuff? I pay for IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate. I like it a lot. How is it not? How is it still perfect? So you're still crazy? I think so. Oh, it's because here we're adding the viewport left and the viewport top to this one, and then we're getting the positions. But we're doing that over on the other side too. Okay, okay, okay. So this PX does not need the viewport added to it, I think. Let me see. How do I position this? E dot y minus y. Okay, what values do I get here? Very large values. I guess let's try it out. See what happens. This might work, it might not work, I'm not too sure. But I do kind of know where the problem is and kind of like why it's happening. Hey, that looks perfect. Almost. It's like ever so slightly off. I'm not sure if that's... It's pretty gosh darn spot on, actually. But why is it not perfect? Is it... What if I change this, does it get far off? Okay, I see. So if the window size is the same, it's perfect. But as soon as I mess up the window size, it gets wrong. Okay. You can't see. Basically, let me show this. All right, I'm gonna make it really off. So now you can see it's like way, way different, right? Like if I'm putting at the 10, it's way off. So I'm missing some kind of a calculation. But if the window sizes are identical, then it's exactly where it needs to be. So it's giving me the correct position. I know why it's wrong. This looks cool. You love pull? Nice. Okay, I figured out what's wrong with it. The problem is that the canvas on the left looks like this. It's an 827 by 901 canvas. But on the right, it's not an 827 by 901 canvas. It is a 1369 by 765 canvas. They have a different aspect ratio. So if I just take the mouse position, the 0 to 1 from the right, and I move it over to the left, it's going to be in the wrong spot. So what I need to do is take my normalized position and figure out where that is on the actual board. Now, okay, this is two things that I need. So if I pass in a 0 to 1, it means a different thing depending on what the shape of the person sending it to the others. Oh man. I need to send more information. I need to send the width and the height along with the X and the Y for the cursor update so that the client on the other side can figure out how to convert that into local coordinates. And you might just be like, Well, why not just send based on like where it is relative to the board, right? Um, the problem with that is this is too generalized. So if I was just making a pool game, I would localize the mouse position to the pool table and be done with it. But because I am using something that works for every game, I can't just easily do that. Um, but if I send the width and the height of the client, I should be able to use that to reconstruct the position no matter what game I'm playing. A lot of geometry involved? Yeah, a lot of geometry, some trigonometry. Fun stuff. All right, so I need to go here. And I need to include the width and the height. Couldn't I just sync the angle of the cue instead of the mouse position? I could. Um, and I might do that because it would be, well, I'd have to sync the angle of the cue and the force, but yeah, I might consider doing that. Let's see. It's just I didn't want to write extra code on the server. I guess like I'm gonna complicate either the client or the server. It's just where do I want to add the complicated stuff? Howdy, Hainer. You know what? Yeah, let's do it. It's easier than doing the math to just do like the width and the height, or the angle and the force. Because I still have to get the force anyways, right? So that's gonna be annoying. I know I don't really need to separate this out from the other thing. Just inline it. And then we'll use the same kind of way we did for this full queue self-angle updater. We'll have this one also send the data to the server. And we want to use the throttle debounce. So hey, we got our first usage of throttle debounce. It's time to promote this into its own file. Alright, throttle debounce. Where should that go? Well, it's a very nice DOM util. How about we stick it in, wait, no, this is throttle debounce, it's not a DOM util. It would be a, uh, something related with time. Let's see, I've got date utils, doesn't really fit there. I guess I'll make another folder for time. Is there somewhere else it can fit in? Alright, so we got a few things here. Cool. Um, oh yeah, that's right. Plays ball. We need their cursor position for whenever they place the ball too. Oh well. We'll call this pool, what do I call this for account? Set cursor? Sure, I'll just call it pool set cursor. Why not? And we have shoot. Take care, payout. Do I have Kotlin experience? Not much. I tried it like once and I haven't made like any actual projects with it. If I'm placing the cue ball and have different screen sizes, the position will be messed up too if I don't share the screen size, right? Yep, that's right. So I'm thinking maybe set cue, I call this like set position. and we'll use that for, you know, where the angle, the force, the other stuff, it gets updated. Is the website already live? Yeah. You can play on Funi.com. It's just that pool you can't play yet. Check it out. Oh, the paths will actually be the same, Molotov. So I'm using Rapier, which has deterministic physics as long as you're really careful with math random. For example, don't do that, use a seed or something. So all of the physics, once I get that done, they should be the same. We're getting really close, by the way, to pool, like being live. Um, I think today we'll be able to get the cube position being right, so you'll be able to see that. Um, and then the next step will be get the shot working. That shouldn't take too long. Pool is not yet live. No. There's a reason that pool is not, you can't play it, right? Because it's not a game yet. It's a work in progress. But I've gotten some experience. I'm almost level 2, which is well deserved, by the way. I've played a lot of this game. I deserve that level 2. Have I ever made games in engines like Unity or Unreal? No, I haven't. Um, I'm sure it would be a lot easier in a lot of ways. When we were making Funi, we considered using something like Unity for the games, but we just decided against it. Those are so simple. Do I really need like a function just for that? I don't want to do that. How did I learn to do all this wizardry? Literally, you just do it. You just make stuff spoon and you get better and better and better. My first programs were not this complicated. You can see some of the first things I've made, actually. But even then, it's not like the first things I made, like... This is pretty close to the first thing I made in college. So this is what I came up with, like, within my first, like, semester. Um, but even then, it's not like it was my first semester of coding, because I did some coding in high school, and I also did some playing around with things like RPG Maker and stuff. And I had a little bit of experience with Blender. This little like thing in the background. This background was made with Blender um, a long time ago. I think I made like I followed some tutorial or something for making this thing. I think there's like a ground texture and it does some other stuff. Um, and then some simple GIMP stuff. I mean, you can kind of see where my art skills are at. They're not very impressive. I definitely did not get, I don't get hired for my art skills. How long have I been coding? About 14 years. I like this guy because he's got like these little crabby things. He's got these crabby arms and they reach out, they animate towards the player. All right. So we got shoot and we got set position. Now, whenever I take a shot at the ball, hit ball. So we've got a ball that we're hitting and a velocity. It's a bit more than that. So we have a velocity. What else do we need here? Light impulse adds points. I guess it's just two vectors that I need. Can I figure out? That's probably the simplest, just to pass the impulse and the surface point vector in here. What's my take on transitioning from JavaScript to TypeScript? TypeScript is just better because it gives you a lot more autocomplete with your IDE. JavaScript might be something that's kind of useful if you're doing like a library or something that others are consuming, but you need to be very careful with your JS doc. But if you're building like an end application or something like some SPA, or you're building pretty much anything, just use TypeScript. Um, because the extra type information, again, autocomplete, amazing. And you catch bugs a lot sooner. It also helps with refactoring. All right, so basically, let's just say impulse. And surface points vector. Which isn't perfect. Because, like, ideally, if you really want to stop any bad actors, well, I guess the surface point vector, like, if I'm sending that, I can ensure that each client, um, that the surface point vector is in fact on the cue ball. So yeah, that's probably fine. And it's way the hell simpler to work with. Cool. All right, set position. So what do we have here? Angle radians. Of course. $30 full time. Yep. And I'm hoping that within the next few months, I will finally see kind of like the fruits of my labor, finally be able to see like some profit coming in for Funi. And from there, maybe it'll be great. This is my hopes, right? I hope. If not, if Funi for whatever reason doesn't become profitable in like a few years or whatever, I might look at something else. But I think it will. Let's see. So what is this impulse? I guess I could calculate. I could have the server verify that you're not hitting the ball harder than you can. But for now, let's not worry about it. All right. So now I need to come over to server. And we need to add some functions. Let's see. I think Funi Flippers is going to be the game to take a look at. Because Funi Flippers has something where it does like a check to make sure that it's the player's turn. Here we go. What does the market look like for web-based game sites? Um, well, I'm not sure exactly, Sproop, but there are definitely like game aggregators that are profitable. I don't know how much money they make, but take a look at Crazy Games, take a look at Pocky. There's a couple other big ones, but those are kind of like the main players in the space. So it can be a profitable market, but it just kind of depends. I think there's a bigger market if you are the platform. Anonymous, thank you for the sub for Team Vash. Hey, I've heard of that streamer. They also stream programming. They do Unity stuff. They're a dev? Yep. We've raided Team Vash a few times. Alright. So now we need to grab information. So what else do we need? Turn ID. User ID of the player whose turn it currently is. If not turn ID, well, how about if turn ID not is equal to user ID? What about that one? Anonymous sub is truly selfless support. Yeah, I get a lot of anonymous, like gifters and anonymous subs, or like anonymous gifting or whatever. It's surprising. I don't know who it's all from, but by the way, I appreciate y'all. You remember playing Pop in games on Facebook back in the late 2000s? Yeah. People nowadays, they really are into mobile games. It's kind of unfortunate because I don't want to be installing a bunch of games on my phone, personally. Um, because I don't want to be receiving push notifications and other annoying things from all these apps that I've got installed. Um, So it's a little surprising to me that people just install them on their phone instead of go to a website. But I think web is starting to make a comeback. I think web took a big like hit because of Flash. Um, Nobody wanted to support Flash anymore or whatever, right? So, well, there's that. I really at some point need to update my action thing here. I don't like having to define it 2 times. I have a better, cleaner solution using my book um, repo that I did. I remade the API. What's React 3 Fiber? It is a React wrapper around 3JS. Just turn off push notifications if it bothers you. There's other permissions and things like I don't want the games on my phone. I want to play it on a website. It's so much less friction. Like there's been a lot of times where I've gone to I've looked at games and I'm like, oh well, it's I'm about to take off on an airplane and this game is 5 GB. I can't install that. I guess I won't play that one. You made a school presentation using ActionScript and Flash ones. That is amazing, Heiki. Like, if you can write pretty much any amount of code before college, um, you'll just blow people's minds. They'll be like, "Oh my gosh, how are you so good?" All right, so now we just have to set the game state. And do I use the game engine? I use Phaser for a little bit, but not for this. The physics is using React Rapier. Is my business model mostly based on ads? We're gonna have subscriptions, so it's gonna be ads. It's gonna be free to play. So you can buy cosmetics, you can maybe get some small advantages for like extra bonus XP or something. Um, but it'll be like minimal for that. I don't want to make it where it's like pay to win. So maybe there's like a subscription and you get like 1.5 times XP or 2x XP. I think that would be fine. Yeah, cool cues, stuff like that, you can get that. The pool game I want to make is going to have RPG elements. So you'll start off with a really bad queue, but then there will be better queues that you can purchase. But to get the best queues, you need to play a lot and level up the queues. They'll to be better that way. Alternatively, you can also just purchase a bunch of the cues and level them up, but you're still gonna need gold, um, which I guess you could also buy. So I guess you could buy your way there, but there will be an avenue for people to just get there legitly, just from playing. Um, I think that's always very important to have. And it's not gonna help you that much. Um, like you get maybe 2% more accurate. Um, you can hit the ball harder. Um, and you can add more spin to the ball. And you get more time to make a move. But a good player without any power-ups whatsoever should beat a bad player. Difference between a bad cue and a good one is just accuracy, power, spin, and time. Will there be custom balls? Yes, you will be able to customize the balls. You'll be able to customize the table. You'll be able to customize the cue stick. So all of that will be customizable. That's the plan. How can I say balls without giggling? Balls. All right. I guess I just set it here. You can customize the felt of the table. Yeah, you'll be able to do that here. You'll be able to do more than that. You'll be able to customize the physics. So different tables will have physics that are different. For example, an ice table where the balls slide around and have very low friction with the table. Maybe there's some kind of like gravity balls where they pull, other balls towards them as like you shoot the ball and like the others kind of move towards it. Ice table, yeah. Like there's a lot of really cool things that we can do because of the physics and the way that we've implemented things for pool. Pure chaos? I can't wait. It's basically like my imagination for pool is basically take putt putt, combine it with pool, and that's Foonie pool. But I mean, we're still gonna support normal pool too, because, you know. Can we have the balls randomly grow legs and move around occasionally? Yeah, we could have like a trickster table or something, maybe, where um at the end of every turn, um like one of the balls randomly repositions itself. Yeah, could do that. Did Google have me program video games? No, Google had me working on Android performance. Is this a solo project? I write most of the code, but it is not a solo project. There is a co-founder. It's very important. He handles all the annoying stuff that I don't want to have to deal with. Let's see. Force of the cue stick on back. Tech co-founder or business? He is like he's the CEO, right? So he's co-founder. He handles the like a lot of decisions, or like we kind of do it together, right? Like he'll have a suggestion, or I'll have a suggestion or something, and we figure out like what's probably going to be best for Foony. He also handles all the the financing and everything, so he's kind of like an angel investor, except he's like involved in the project. So he also worries about like, finding talent, whether that be like a sound person or a designer or whatever. He handles talking to them, um, a lot of stuff. All right, let's see. Force of the key stick being drawn back. With impulse and surface point. I know. The project is pretty well organized, thanks. You mean like the code for it, or what? Well, if this is being shot, I don't really need impulse and surface point factor. It's more like last hit. Impulse and point. Let's call this point thing. How is text appearing on the stream faster than in chat? I'm from the future, and because I'm from the future, it just shows up, before. It's a moderation delay. That's basically what's going on. So the moderation delay allows me to just time people out if they're toxic or something before the message shows up. So I need angle, radiance, and force. Alright, so now that we have angle, radiance, and force, we just have to make sure that we pass that data whenever we update our angle, radiance, and our force. So I think the way I want to handle this is the self angle updater will be responsible for it. Let's see. It's an updater, but specifically it is updating the server. I don't want to use the word updater because I just use updater everywhere. It's like, what's it do? Oh, it updates. Hey, Hecky, we don't talk about the time machine, okay? That's secret. That's proprietary. Can't let people know about that. I have like the FBI knocking on my door. Or whatever. Pull Q. Self angle force updater. That is such a mouthful. What if I call it pull Q? I call it like server notifier. Is the Q stick still not aligned properly? It will be. That's what we're solving right now. Alright, so I need this use callback and the throttle debounce, something along these lines. Bam, like that. But we're not going to call account set cursor, we're going to call full set position. This is where we set all the stuff. Slash maybe force and angle radiance. We don't care if it fails. Am I based in the US? Yep. You know what? Instead of passing the game session ID to call every single one of these times, I kind of just want it to be like this. Call equals use call. And then have it handle that all for me. Why are some functions named in camel case and others in Haskell case? It has to do with some of them are components. So some are functional components. A functional component is camel case. Normal functions, Pascal case. All right. So we still need force and angle radians. So we need the force. This, by the way, is why I like TypeScript. You see this? I get this because of TypeScript. Oh yeah, the plant's name is Spot. Spot is a very good plant. I love the eyes. So cute. The official Funi style guide? I should. Basically, it's not too complicated. It's like use constant private everywhere by default. Keep your code consistent. Don't have any spelling mistakes. Include comments explaining why you're doing something, not what you're doing. What you're doing can be fine too, but you should have like why you're doing it. If it is public or exported, that's when it needs a comment. If it's private, doesn't need a comment quite as much. Don't return an any type from anything. And you should almost never accept an any type, with very few exceptions. Let's see, what else? Oh, if you are only using a function in one file, include the function in the file and don't export it. Unless that file gets large, like 400, 500 plus lines, at which point you might consider breaking it out. So this is kind of like a case against some of the clean code practices. Don't just separate everything because, oh no, your function is 10 lines long. Because all you're doing is shifting that complexity elsewhere and making it harder to follow. All right, so now I got the force, the angle radians. This needs to be called with the force and angle radians. That way it doesn't capture. What's outside? Make it hard to follow? Job security? No, don't do that. Come on now. There. This gives you a bit of imposter syndrome. Don't don't let it give you imposter syndrome, Steffa. Again, when I was first starting out, I was not good at writing code. You don't start off good. My first code that I wrote was in C++. It was one file because I didn't know how to import other files. It had go-tos everywhere. The indentation was all over the place. The comments were lacking. It was awful. It was spaghetti code. It was the definition of spaghetti code. It became unmaintainable very quickly. Um, and it was just like CLI. It was just printing stuff to the console. It was like a really simple game. Is my first code for sale? I lost my first code. I don't know where it is. It might be on one of my hard drives that I have. I'm not sure. It was really bad though. I agree with want to take a dabby. Real job security is making code so good that like your employer, when you quit, wants to be like, wait, let me give you a raise and a promotion. Just please stay. Or, you know, something like that. Like, that's job security. Because then you've got, like, they'll vouch for you, they'll vouch the hell out of you, and you'll have recruiters, like, knocking on your door, right? Thomas a genius. Yeah, I saw that one too, Heiki. That was a great reaction. I saw it on YouTube. All right. So now we are updating the value. So now on the server side, we have to actually finish the update. So if it gets through here, let's see, public. This part I wish was a little bit better. That's not too bad. So that should update the force and the angle radians when it is the player's turn. And then whenever it is a new player's turn, I need to make sure that I reset the force and angle radians. It's obvious what's going on there. Your code is also self-documenting. I've heard that as like an excuse for why you don't need to write comments. You still need comments. Aiden, howdy. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. The thing with self-documenting code is your code might be easy to read, meaning like it's self-documenting, but you still need to explain the why. Like, why are you doing this instead of some other like way or something? So you still need comments. All right, for those of you new here, working on Funi, we're working on Pool. We've got a nice storybook thing here. Today I've fixed the performance regression with Pool, and we are getting the cursors to sync between the different clients. Yeah, howdy Aiden. What were you working on, by the way? Aiden is also awesome, creator of Fossabot, which I mean, sure, but we use that here. It's pretty great stuff. Saw him at TwitchCon. Cool guy. Alrighty, so I can make a room. I forget, did I restart the server? I guess we're about to find out. Actually, it wouldn't matter. Let me restart the server again. You ranted for an hour about OpenAI and electric cars. I mean, OpenAI, like, that was huge. I couldn't believe when I woke up yesterday or whatever to see my news blasted about the OpenAI CEO getting fired. He's coming back. I know, I saw that today. I was like, there's so much like drama. There's so much drama with it. Oh my goodness. I just hope that out of all of this that we get an OpenAI that's actually open and for the people, um, and not just profit seeking. That is so important. Why does anyone care about OpenAI CEO being fired? I think people care about it because we don't want OpenAI, or we don't want AI to be locked behind like these insurmountable barriers where you have to be like a multi-billion-dollar company to even compete. Right? There's some irony that the creator of OpenAI was fired for not being open about his AI. There really is. Um, and I'm a little concerned that, you know, the board is like, hey, please come back. And he's like, I want governance changes. I'm a little concerned what those governance changes will be because the skeptic in me says this is probably going to make OpenAI less transparent and more profit seeking, which I hope it doesn't. It'll be the board getting removed. It'll probably be something like that, yeah. So I'm a little concerned about that. Let's see. You ask ChatGPT to sprinkle in some comments. It's not the same. A lot of the time, if you have ChatGPT comment your code, it will typically explain what the code is doing and not why the code is doing something. Here is an example comment explaining what the code is doing. Here is an example explaining why the code is doing something. It remains the same because it's a horizontal line or something, you know, like things like that. All right. So server angle force updater is fine, but now the other angle updater, we're no longer using cursors. We're using force and angle. And do I actually need turn ID? I don't think I do. So now all of this becomes a lot simpler. Actually, this becomes a lot simpler. Because I can just do pull store.update. Like that, and I'm done. And I can just reuse the logic for the pull stick. which is done for me automatically. Nice. For commenting functions and parameters is usually pretty useful. Yeah. Also explaining what your commits do. It works pretty well there too, 10x. Is the pool game already playable? It's still in development. Right now the pool game knows when you pocket a ball, and it knows. Well, let me show you. Let me show you where we're at. So here's the current progress. You can't play this on Funi.com. I haven't pushed the server or deployed it yet. So the Funi cluster is still on an older version. But here's where we're at currently. I can launch the game. The game state is the same between the two. It's one of the player's turns, and they can move the Q stick, and it moves for both players. So now if I resize it, it should be perfect, right? You can see exactly where it's at. So we've now synced the cursor perfectly between the two. And now it's this player's turn because I ran out of time making a shot. So I can make a shot, and this is now where I need to do the next update. So I need to send the shot data back to the other client so that the client can make the same exact shot, and then the two can compare the shot and send that data back to the server to verify that it is in fact a real shot and not a hacked shot or something. But before I do that, I also want to make it more smooth, right? So this is still not perfect. And of course now, because the state is desynced, the guide ray is a little different. So the next step is I want it to be super duper smooth. I don't know how hard that'll be. Hopefully it'll be relatively simple. If a client does a shot and you read it on the other client, why do you need to verify it? I need to verify it because if one of the players is hacking or something, I need to be able to auto report that player so that an admin can go in and ban or like shadow ban that player so that they're not playing with other legits. So the plan for Funi is build a system where I can shadow ban people and have them segregated into like an area for just cheaters so that whenever they play the game, they will play with other cheaters and not with everybody else. And then they also won't show up on the high scores. Basically, they play on a different server. Should make them play with their previous cheated games. What do you mean, Aiden? Like, how would that work? You mean play against the other players that they cheated against? Or you mean play against themselves somehow? Make them as bots? I think that would be too complicated. Um, like you could replay their moves, but the game state would be different. You could do an AI trained on their previous games, but this is computationally expensive and is really not something we want to do for cheaters. Oh, could make a. I could do something evil like that, where if you're cheating, then It doesn't matter what bot difficulty you choose, you always play against the hardest bot difficulty. It's just always the hardest. That's rude. Make the ball randomly curve, avoid shots. Just make it hard. No, because we got to take into account, like, I've got to still build the gosh darn thing, right? Um, I don't want to punish people that hard. Like, at the end of the day, we don't want to turn them away from the platform. We still want their money. So it's kind of hard. Um, and we don't want to spend a lot of time developing something specifically for them. Make their white ball smaller. Y'all are too cruel. Too cruel. Too cruel. Oh, I hit 50 mil XP on my thieving. Heck yeah. I guess I'll just keep going, because I don't want to move to a new area. That would take, concentration and thought. Did I solve the floating point problem when calculating on the server? No, 10x. I just decided it wasn't a floating point problem. It was a different aspect ratio problem. I would have had to do extra geometry, and I would have had to send the width and the height, and then have the client calculate what the aspect ratio should have been, and like where the canvas or should have been. Would have been annoying. But we have a solution, and it works. I'm just double checking all my code, making sure it looks good before I commit. Sync queue stick. Oh yeah, it also, check this out. If I pull it back, see that? It even pulls back now. Isn't that cool? So you can see, like, as they hit the ball. Um, it's not perfect though. Wait, why was I able to pull it back? After I make a shot. Okay, let's fix that. I shouldn't be able to do that until it stops. How am I going to detect hackers? For pool, what I'm going to do is the clients must agree on a game state. So the different clients send what the game state is supposed to be to the server. The server verifies that they are in fact the same game state, and if they are not the game state that it expects, it shuts the game down, logs it, and lets me know. Because at that point, I am able to go into the game. The server will give me like the before and after game state, so that I can compare, like, this is the game state, client A had, this is the game state client B had, and then I can see what my game state is. I can be like, oh, well, that one's obviously bad. And that can be something that can be automated down the line, so that I don't have to do anything. It just automatically flags them. Is this the most basic pool queue? No, this is the most expensive pool queue. This is the best one. This cue stick here, this one that I have, that is the best one. Look at that cue. That is a cue stick right there. It's got blue, it's got brown, it's like 3 colors. It's got some kind of weird transparency thing going on in the handle, because I don't know what the hell that is. It's quality craftsmanship made by yours truly. Alright, that's done. Cheating is boring? Yeah, cheating is funny for a little bit, but then it really kind of just kills the game for you. So basically what I'll do, like if there's a game I enjoy, for example an idle game, if I ever want to stop playing the game, I just hack it. Because right after I hack it, I don't want to play it anymore. It loses all joy for me. Multiple people think it's a Harry Potter broomstick. It must be then. It's canon now. The key stick chooses the player. Alright. Q server angle force. Okay, so all that's fine. But this here should only update if the Q stick is visible. Oh, I see. So I did this destructuring because it's one less character than the... That's ridiculous. Okay. I guess I just need to pass is visible to one of these two things. Let's see. I think I want to pass it here. And if it's visible. There we go. What games and plenty to add later? Puzzle game, racing game, some kind of a VR Beat Saber-esque inspired game. The puzzle game is gonna be big. You'll be able to like upload your own puzzles to the workshop, and or like your images for the puzzles, and you'll be able to do the largest puzzle in the world is the plan. So there's like a Guinness Book of World Records for puzzles done with like the most puzzle pieces, and I think the current record is like a school or something, some class, I don't know. They did like this enormous puzzle. The goal for Funi is to support puzzles larger than that, which will have its own challenges because you have to represent data in a very like compact way in order to make that a viable thing. All right, let's see. Hacking FTL was easy. Yeah, single player games have like no protection. In fact, a lot of multiplayer games have almost no protection. A lot of games, they'll use like some AES encryption or whatever for their network, and then outside of that, it's just like they just trust the client. But, you know, it kind of depends on the game. This is typically for like newer Korean games. Um, for other games, there's a lot of checks. All right, let's see. Stop sending you updates. You isn't visible. All right, so that's done. Now we need to animate the cue stick. Which will be very, very simple, actually. Let's see. If I just do transition all, what does that look like? Okay, which one of these can move? That didn't work. There's no transition going on there. Might have to refresh the page. No, there's no transition there. Alright, let's play around with this and get the transition working properly. If you want to hack a single player game on mobile, how'd you go about that? It's a little trickier on mobile because you have to like get at it. So if you root the device, it becomes easier. Another option is that you can actually run mobile games on your computer, right? Like this. So obviously, if you can run a mobile game on your computer, you just pop open like some nice tool. Do I not have cheat engine? Do I have, did I rename it? Like Fluffy, but no, I don't. I don't have it on this computer. Oh, yeah, it's been a while. So you can open up something like this and you could like probably, man, I wish I had cheat. I guess I can download it. Make sure I don't have MapleStory open or any other game that will get extremely upset. This is awful. Definitely skip. All right, and then you just choose. I found it. This thing. And now you can start looking for stuff. So for example, you might look at 2225, which is the amount of coins that I have. And we'd look for... We're not sure if it's a long, a double, a number, a float, whatever. So just look for all of it. Just as an example, right? Something like that. And then you would spend some of the coins. So if that spent a little bit, I can leave. And it didn't work. But anyways, that's the general idea. Would it work on client-side games? Maybe. But I also don't know if you can do it that way for mobile games. I don't do mobile. This is not something I do. I do desktop stuff. Would it persist? I don't know. Depends on the game and how it's coded. Anyways, back to this. Where is my cue stick? Here it is. Transition property all. I see. The problem is that the transition property is applied here, but I need the transition to apply at the roots because that's where the position is changing. Stick it on the wrapper class, maybe that'll help. So I could just be on, not the wrapper, but child. This might work. Just apply it to everything. Yeah, now it works. It works, but oh god, it feels so bad. Oh. Oh, that's awful. Amazing. Look how awesomely great it works. Ugh. Alright. Howdy, Algo bro. What did I do? Well, look, it works now. Kind of. It is so bad. Why did, and it's just like, it does. It looks like some kind of like South Park cue. It's like going all wacky crazy. And as long as I just keep moving it and not stopping, it gets really weird. It's fine for the other player, kind of, except it gets really weird right around here. So that part's fun. Is it because it's also responding to its own updates? I don't think so. I think it just has to do with frequency. On the right, it's receiving a lot more updates a lot faster. On the left, it's receiving one update every 100 milliseconds. The other thing is that it's still not perfect either because the point doesn't get all nice. The point is still choppy. So it's terrible, basically. Let's not do this. Let's solve it with a different way. What we want is we want some kind of like an easing function that we can apply to the angle. And we'll just cause the angle and the force to update rapidly to the new value from whatever its current value is. So now how do I want to solve this? I need to solve it in a nice way that I can just reuse everywhere. I need to go like from to, and I kind of want to be inspired by GSAP because GSAP does this in a very nice way. That is cool. But I need easings. Let's look at... Yeah, something like this. So I gotta figure out how I want this to work. Let's see. So you give it some object. Let me say... So I guess there's a certain properties, like duration and repeat, which are like keywords. Easings.net? Yeah, I use easings.net. I actually have a reference to this in my code. This is not the issue. Like this is easy, right? But this, like we would use one of these easings. Typically it's like a quintic easing, like quintic out or some, one of those. But I need some kind of a tween library because I don't have anything that can do tweening right now. So I'm just trying to come up with like the cleanest, simplest solution for tweening. Now, I could use GSAP, but GSAP is a little bit on the large side and I can't use it because of their pricing. Standard no charge license. As long as end users are not charged a fee of any kind to use your product or gain access to any part of it. If end users are charged a usage or access or license fee, please sign up for a business club GSAT membership. I don't know if that counts if I have a subscription where you can get like benefits like 2x EXP. But I'm going to err on the side of caution and say that we're not going to use it. So, yeah. What about souls and firstborns? Uh, it probably depends what the SEC says about souls and firstborns. My guess is it wouldn't count. This is a pretty darn good bundle size though. 26 kilobytes is pretty damn good. I thought I remembered this being large. I'm not sure what happened here. I thought it used to be big. How do you know it's good? Because it's not going to bloat our bundle size substantially. So here's our current bundle size for Funi. Now you know why Google hired me for performance? No, I just do kind of all of it stuff. It's not like Google hired me for performance just because. Actually, no, it probably did hire me for my reverse engineering skills, I think. Um, One of the team leads I had, my first manager, who was absolutely amazing. Um, the reason I stood out to him is because of my background. Which is kind of surprising. I didn't expect Google to find out about my background with like the lawsuit and everything. Um, but they did. And HR was like, "Are you sure you want to hire this person because of their background?" And my manager was like, "No, it's a bonus." Or something along those lines. I don't remember exactly what he said, but they definitely knew. That was the best manager I've ever had. For easy cleanup. How does the context work? Revert. Duration 10. How many years have I coded? About 14. I'm pretty sure this is like 3JS over here, by the way. Okay. Cube rotation, X and Y. It's on their page and you can just inspect source. Actually, I don't know if I can. Slurp. I gotta do this like where I can't just copy their code. Okay, let's see. Let's make a folder, call it animation. And I believe I have used CSS. Maybe just use animation. I want to move that out to this. Source images. Let's move that out to use animation. Here we go. So this works really well for keyframes. Here's kind of how I use it currently. Do you have any others? That's probably fine. All right, let's see. So I might move this out into like some easings.ts or something. Animation provider. That thing needs to be fixed. There we go. How many active users does Rooney have? I think we have about 300,000 monthly. All right. Take care, Heiki. It's insane. That's not that insane. We can do better. Let's see here. So we have some object that we're tweening. And then we have properties here. Oh, that's not it. So the way I do it with use animation is I have a from and I have a to. But if I'm doing a tween, there's not really a from. It's just tweening from wherever it currently is to the new value. And I think I'm going to use duration ms, timing function, and iteration count the same as I do currently. I think I'm going to keep the 2 though. Because that lets me go back and change to like add from later on. It's still similar enough to like GSAP or whatever, but it gives me a little bit more flexibility and it's a little bit more like if there is a property called duration ms or a property called timing function, it will still work. So the configuration is t and, or no, it's this, it's 2, which is a partial of, it's not really a partial of t. I'm going to need like a more complex type to represent that. This duration of ms and stuff can just be copied. Duration of ms, delay ms, all that jazz. Let's move these out. I might rename this to just easings. Alright, so we're not going to have animation timing function. But what is this? I guess, right. Yeah, you can't really specify like your own function in the same way here. Is the cue stick drawn in 3JS or a layer on top? It's a layer on top. It's HTML actually. Is a tween even going to be able to do what I want? So the tween, all it's doing is it's updating the property. Is the tween gonna eventually need to be expressed in Euler angles? I'm not sure what you mean, Slurp. Typically, it's just you have a percent through the animation that it is, along with whatever the value is, and then you're returning the new value. So it'll be like, or something. I did this before. I do this in my phaser code. Maybe the game object animation system for the ECS. This might maybe have something here. No. Game object transform system. This one might do it. So maybe if I take a look at transform component, that might give me like an easy, yeah, this is what it is. And actually, instead of timing function, can I just be like, this is an easing, it's either a key of type of easings or it's this thing. Howdy, fan. I'm from the US. The stick itself will need to be in the 3 scene? It won't. It does not have to be Slurp. Like jump shots and stuff. I mean, I could, right? Um, and I might still do that. I might still move it over to actually being part of the scene. Um, I originally didn't do it because I wanted the the clarity of the image to be very clear, even if the canvas was like a low resolution. Um, but I might just, because I used to do that for the board too. The board used to be outside of the canvas, but now I just render it in the canvas itself. So yeah, I'll probably do that at some point. You have a project in Next.js? I could take a look at the performance fan, but I don't have a lot of experience in Next.js. All right. I kind of want to rename timing function to just easing. I want to be consistent. I see. I called it a timing function because it's called a timing function in CSS. Okay, what's it called? It's called an ease in GSAP. Oh, that's tough. I guess I'll call it timing function for now, but it is verbose. Where else do I use this thing? It's not too many places. I could rename it to easing. Maybe it's like an update after this. Okay. So this is going to be some object, and it's going to be close. This is close to what I want. But it's not a time, which is a number. What is it that I'm passing to this? What's my work or sleep like? I stay up until like 4 or 5, somewhere between 3 to 5 a.m. And then when I wake up, I work until about now-ish. It's pretty chill. I feel like there's nothing here. It's just empty. So it's just bam, like that. Pretty simple. Converts an object type, e.g. A to B below, to object or function, e.g. You're self-teaching yourself web dev. You find CSS boring and JavaScript fun. CSS hacks. Sure, Polly. If you want CSS hacks, the best thing you can do is play around with CSS. So go to a site, for example, Funi or your own site, and see how it works. If you see something cool, reverse engineer how they did the cool thing. For example, maybe you see these cards and you're like, whoa, how is that possible? Well, if you just inspect one of those elements, and Firefox is really good for this, Chrome isn't bad, you can see a few things. Oh, what is this anti-aliased element? What happens if I uncheck it? Does anything even change? You know, what if I mess around with the blur? Like what if I just increase it? Whoa, it makes everything really blurry, right? The more you play around with the CSS, the more you're gonna learn. It's like, okay, how does this stuff work? Right? Okay, so it's a blue reverse. Is it like that for everything? What about for this card? Is this gonna be like a green 9 or something? Whoa, it's a blue 9. It's a blue 9. Why is it a blue 9? Not a green 9. Wait, what's this hue rotate? What happens if I comment it out? Does anything change? It's kind of hard to see, but it actually does change. It's just blue and green are very similar colors. What happens if I start messing around with this hue? Then I change it like a lot. You can see very subtly that it is now like a yellowish orange 9 instead of a green. What if I don't scale it? Oh, look, now it's bigger. You know, things like that. How does this TW scale X thing work? Oh, what about this var thing? You know, like, you pick it up as you go. Hacking Funi? Yeah, I'm in, you know. Changing the number on your bank account. Inspect elements. Changing whatever a tweet says. Alrighty. So we have this object prop or function. This could just be t extends an object as well. CSS noobs, advanced CSS such as translation, animation, etc. during runtime. Is it done through JavaScript? So I code in React, which is a single page app. So basically everything I do is going to be JavaScript or TypeScript. But the animations are actually done using CSS keyframes. You can kind of see how I do it here. I have a function which builds up a keyframe. To understand keyframes though, you need to take a look at CSS keyframes and take a look at some examples of kind of how that works. Yeah, so this is a pretty good source, MDN. So it'll translate it, you know, starts here and then over some length of time, it's going to translate it up to 100%. Right? Confusion, stress, and sorrow. I think I tweeted that or something. Molotov. It's not that bad. It just takes a little getting used to. Here you can see like at 0% it's just top 0, left 0, at 30% it's this, whatever. Right? And then there's gonna be some easings or whatever that you'll see. But you just play around with it. Alright. So now we have a tween. Now we can go from some value to another value. Actually, the tween config is animation. I'll call it tween config there. Alright, so at this point, I can now call tween with any kind of an object, for example, this, and it should have like delay and all that other stuff. So if I go into the 2, it should tell me both of the properties I have. And maybe I can change it to like 42, and I'll change it to 420. Hey, it's upset with me. It knows it's a string. And it also wants some other stuff too. I think the only thing I really need is a duration. But even the duration, I could probably set like a sane duration, like 150 milliseconds or something, so that we don't even need that, and then it becomes even easier. We'll just pick a good one. All right. So now we got the API done. The next step is to be able to actually tween this thing. And I think the simplest way is going to be use a class. Because I need to know what the initial values are for everything that I'm tweening. That I'm using DuckDuckGo instead of Google. It's fascinating. It's like working at a restaurant, not eating there yourself. It's like when you know how the sausage is made. Well, it's not really true. I mean, like, I used Google for a long time. The reason I stopped using Google for my search engine is just because, I don't know, DuckDuckGo ends up being pretty good. And I like being able to do like bang NPM and bang bundlephobia. It kind of gives me all the results I would expect. I find what I'm looking for 99% of the time. And then for the rest of the time, I can always do bang G and something to look at Google, or usually what I'll do instead is I'll open up ChatGPT and I'll just ask ChatGPT and it will tell me. So I don't find as much need for Google unless I'm using like Google Maps or Google Images, which are both very good. All right, so we have some private read-only targets and a private read-only config. but I also need initial values. But then it's also possible that during the tween, the value changes to another value. So how do I handle that in my object transform system? Here we go. If value has changed from end value, update the end value. The tween should be expressible in units per time. You can do that already with the tween that I have, right? Because you can specify a duration for it. Oh, you mean, well, it's going to a location. Oh, I see. Okay, no, I get what you're saying. So you're saying like maybe your timing function is linear and you want to go like to a position. You don't know how long it's going to take you to get there, but you want to travel at a certain. I see. I'm curious, does GSAP support that? Delay duration. Oh, they do a lot. You can like pause it. It supports promises. I mean, I really just kind of want to use GSAP because otherwise I have to kind of do exactly what it did. Is GSAP like the best? GSAP is pretty good. I might ask the co-founder if we're able to use this. Hmm. Don't even need animation at the moment to get stuff working? Sure, Slurp, but I kind of need something for this. Let's see, so we already support a lot of these things. What am I trying to do? Build a tween library. But anyways, I'm gonna have to think about this a bit. Let's find someone to raid. I'll think about this some more. When we get back tomorrow, I will hopefully be done with the Q stick thing. We can move on to like actually having turns and having like the balls synchronized between the two states. And yeah, we got a lot of progress done. So appreciate y'all being here. I think I'm gonna raid Coppinger because he was in stream earlier, so why not? And I appreciate y'all being here. And I appreciate all the raids, everyone. I really do. Wait, who is Time Enjoyed? I don't think I've seen them before. Oh, okay. Anyways, take care.